everyone. How are you? It's an honor to have Dr. Rasha Abdurrahman in this session. I'm sure it will be brilliant session always. So we have only 20 minutes. Please focus and prepare our questions. All the best.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hope inshallah you will enjoy the session. My name is Rasha Abdurrahim and I will be presenting today Transforming Learning with AI Practical Tools for Personalized and Creative Classrooms. We will have the last 5 minutes of the session for Q&A, okay? And feel free to contact me, okay, later on, okay? Because I'm going to share my credentials and everything. Okay. So this is our agenda for today. We will be talking about what are generative AI tools. Then we will be talking about how students can utilize AI. Then how educators can utilize AI. We will be addressing advantages, disadvantages of AI. And then I'm going to just shed the light on AI prompting, what kinds of prompts are going to lead to better outcomes. And I will just explain 4 AI tools, okay? And I'll teach you how to use them wisely. And then there is a token of gratitude. This is actually a surprising one for everyone, okay? Okay. Moving on to kindly prepare your phones. I want you to scan this QR code and write for me one word only, okay? One word only. About, what do you know about generative AI tools? One word. One word only. One word. Oh, ChatGPT. The answers are here, okay? Because I don't want to interrupt the flow of the presentation. Innovation. Accessibility. Okay, good. Grok. Okay, effective. Creativity, Gemini, ChatGPT, one more time. Okay, Gemini, daily, fine. Manos, speed. Okay, Claude, did I miss anything? Supportive, Gamma, DeepSeek. Okay, work easier. Okay, I think we should stick to one word, huh? Okay, fine. Thank you very much for your contribution and your insights. Okay, moving on. What are artificial intelligence tools? Okay, these are the tools that we use them to create numerous things that range from, okay, pictures, videos, podcasts, anything, okay? Now, moving on to AI and students, how students can utilize AI. They can use them to generate ideas, to produce ideas, to generate ideas for story, for writing, for practicing curriculum exams and tests. This is something I will just concentrate on. We can use it as a spelling and grammar checker. And finally, we can use it also for organizing and managing our time. I think I'll remove this one. Okay. Okay. How can we use it as educators? Okay, first of all, we can use it to create contents, and we can use it to actually reduce the time that is needed to finish administrative work, and we can use it for PDs. Okay. Moving on, AI advantages, disadvantages. Of course, I chose some of the advantages which are mentioned in the research. To empower students, to customize the course content, to enhance productivity, and we can use it as a language translator. Moving to disadvantages, okay. The first one is associated with lack of accuracy because, you know, whenever we're talking about AI, sometimes AI has something that is called hallucination effect, which means it diverts a little bit from the intended task or the intended outcome. This is, we call it in the prompting engineering, we call it hallucination. If we move on to, now sometimes we are talking about inequality when it comes, let's say, to areas where people are suffering from lack of internet infrastructure, or poor countries around the world. So not everyone has an access to internet. And then the bias, because AI is getting its information or its, let's say, materials from what's written on the internet. So if the writer is biased, AI will be biased as well. Moving on to the fourth one, which is the ethical issues, and this is actually a very big topic. Everyone is talking about it. So, lack of privacy, plagiarism problems, all of these issues should be taken into consideration whenever we're talking about AI disadvantages. Moving on to the fifth one, over-reliance on AI. What's happening now is that, I think you heard about Deloitte. Have you ever heard about it? This is one of the big 4 companies around the world. It has been discovered that the last financial audit, which was done by one of the big companies, was done through ChatGPT. And so the company has been sued for that. Okay? So imagine if one of the big 4 is doing that. And the last one is loss of human interaction. This is something that we suffered from during COVID era. Okay? We cannot communicate with each other due to loss of human interaction. Moving on to the AI prompting, I'm going to take like a few minutes talking about this. Now, I'm going to provide you with some useful AI prompts that you can try to give you the best results. Now, what's prompting in AI? The way you communicate with the AI system in order to provide you with the best outcomes. Now, it's very important. Now, these are the most powerful AI prompts that you can use. Okay? SMART, clear framework, quest framework, and we have guide framework, focus framework, idea framework. All of them meet in one area, okay, that you have to mention what do you want, who's the audience, okay, which, let's say, standards are you trying to address, which topic are we referring to, and all of these issues, okay? So just let me take you a little bit through one of the AI prompts examples. This is taken from an English language. So I will use the scribe framework. I give it the situation, which is the context for the task. And the constraints, I give it the word count, the tone, and the level. Okay, then I ask it, what do I want exactly? Then I give it the input, any data or examples. Then I give it the purpose. And finally, I give it exceptions. So I told AI, create a 45-minute speaking lesson for B1 students on travel. Now, if I go to the situation, I'm asking it to prepare students for a trip abroad. Then the constraints, I give it the time, 45 minutes. Interactive, I give it CFR, which CFR I'm looking for. Then I asked it to do a lesson plan with activities. After that, I asked it to include vocab for transport and booking. And finally, I told it it's for ESL. This is a great example how your prompt should be created in order to gain the best results. You can apply this to any taught subject, math, science, Arabic, whatever. By the way, just to be somehow brief here and to be clear about it, AI tools in Arabic still are not working perfectly, okay? Still, we have constraints when it comes to Arabic language. Although we have, let's say, some of AI tools which are used, okay, to tackle the Arabic language, but still. So, moving on now to have a look at these also. You can just screenshot these if you would like. For example, can you proofread this content, grammar, punctuation, style, consistency? The intended audience is whoever. Please provide a list of any suggested improvements. I'm writing whatever for whatever and want to include relevant data and research. Can you review the following text? Provide research-backed statistics and insight on this topic. Act as this is a very good thing. Always when you are asking AI to do something for you, tell it, act as a supervisor, act as an inspector, act as, for example, a principal, whatever. It's important to give it a role. and it will immediately emerge within that role. Okay, so this is, for example, useful prompts if you are an English teacher for narrative writing. So these are some what you're going to ask AI to do. So you have here, for example, Ember story and echo story, flip story, voice story, wave story. I'm sorry, most of my examples are related to English because originally I'm an English teacher, so I'm sorry, okay? Okay.
We can apply this for another.
Yes, of course. Thank you, yes. AI tools, are you ready? Are you ready to practice? Promise me that you will practice. We don't have enough time here to practice. Okay, I will move away from ChatGPT and Gemini and whatever you know. So I'm going to present for you 4 tools I'm personally using, and I found them very effective. So it's not the case of using multiple AI tools. Sometimes you can use 1 or 2, and they will do the work. Starting with, I will move from you because we're done. Okay. Notebook LM. This is a breakthrough. A breakthrough. Give it your lesson. It can change it into a podcast. It can change it into slides. It can change it into a map mind. You can also use an infographic. But remember, you cannot upload the whole book. Okay? Just the lesson that you're teaching. This is a gem. Keep chatting with it as you can use the prompts. It will provide you with results. Okay? Unfortunately, as I told you, we don't have much time to practice, so I'm sorry for that. But try to practice, and if you need any question, feel free to reach me out. Okay? Let's agree on that. You can make podcasts, slide decks, exams, study notes. If you are PhD, master students, postgraduate, whatever, that would be so helpful for you. Okay? So this is really a hidden gem. It's free, by the way. Okay? Yeah, and imagine changing your lesson into a video. How many of you are doing CAT for exams for their students? That would be a great tool to differentiate between visual, verbal, auditory students, and so on. Okay? So in case an inspector is coming to your class saying, okay, where's differentiation? Tell him, here's differentiation. Do things on Notebook LM. Do, for example, infographic for visual students. Do for auditory one videos, okay? And so on. For verbals, notes, you differentiated already. Because again, let's agree as teachers, differentiation is a misunderstood conception, right? By many people. Okay, moving on to the second, this is my favorite, big heart for it. Ed Cafe. This one is totally educational. You will never find anything out of it. Now, the problem with this one is it's paid. But there are many features which are free. You can use one of the, let's say, important features or most enjoyable features for Ed Cafe that you can utilize is making chatbots. Well, the good thing about chatbots, students do not have to have an account. Just you share with them QR code, or you put, for example, the URL on their classroom or Teams or whatever, but they will start interacting with it. Even you can make it quizzes, and it will grade these quizzes if the students have the URL immediately. It will be checked on the website. And the best thing, you can grade their assignments using this one. Its accuracy is about 80%. So still, it needs your human touch, but it will take some burden of your shoulders, okay? You can also use it to make quizzes. Okay, so moving on to Magic School. I think everyone is using it. My favorite feature of this one is IEPs. It creates good IEPs, individual educational plans. Wonderful IEPs. This can be used for math, English, science, all subjects. This one, Brisk Teaching, is similar to ChatGPT, although I have some, let's say, concerns about it. And the last one, IdeaMap.ai, this one can be used to use infographics. would produce. Okay, these are some AI guides for teachers in case you would like to know how to utilize the AI. And recently, Ministry of Education has published the guidelines on how to use AI. Students under 13 years old are prohibited totally from using AI, which means from grade 7 till 12, you can use AI. And these are, of course, if you want to go and check the list, this is the list. Final word, AI won't replace teachers. There has been a report which was published by Microsoft. Teaching jobs were not there. So, good thing, okay? All the other jobs will disappear except teaching, huh? So, it won't replace us, but teachers who are familiar with AI would. Very good, thank you, thank you. This is the references. A token of gratitude, become a Gemini certified educator. I will share this one with everyone. Okay, please register. You will have some tests and then finally you will have a nice certificate say, congratulations, you are a Gemini certified educator. These are my credentials. If you would like to connect, feel free. I'm an AI certified educator. I train teachers on how to implement the use of AI in schools. So feel free to contact me. I have some research papers which are being published about how ChatGPT can help English teachers. So you can have a look at this one. And you can start evaluating the session.
Thank you, Dr. Rasha.
Were you able to scan? Is there anyone who didn't scan? And here's Q&A session in case you have any questions. And thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, yes. Most welcome. You're most welcome.
You're from?
ولا اوكي عشان الوقت عشان الوقت
اوكي لو بتحب.
طب let's do it. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be with you on this very brilliant session with Dr. Elena. She will talk about the principal or leaders of schools perspective. I hope you will enjoy that. So welcome, Dr. Elena.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you here today, and thank you for attending my session. So my session is about school leaders' perceptions of teacher-led action research as a tool for school improvement. Before I begin, I would like you to think about this question. So in your educational institutions, the institutions you come from, is action research embedded in improvement structures, or is it an additional task? If you could take few seconds to think about this, and then we will continue. All right, so this tension between action research being embedded as an approach into school structures and being an additional task is what my research is about. Okay, so the focus of the research study is to focus on this particular aspect. So I'm going to be covering the literature review around the topic, the research aim and significance, the methodology used, the findings, the main findings, the discussion of these findings, main implications, and recommendations for future research. So action research encourages and strengthens reflective practices in education. It is an approach that focuses a lot on inquiry, it focuses a lot on reflection, on school improvement practices, and it strengthens teachers' reflective skills. And this is why it is becoming very important in education. It is also grounded in research and evidence, and why am I studying leadership in particular? Because the support of leaders strengthens a lot the overall approach to action research and empowers and also motivates teachers to be researchers. The literature review around action research is very rich, and it focuses on the importance of action research as a tool that strengthens reflection and teachers' self-efficacy. It is also a tool that involves continuous use of metacognitive skills, where teachers are continuously thinking about their own pedagogical practices and also improving their own pedagogical practices. The role of leaders is very important here, because they would motivate and drive the improvement in, motivate the teachers and the staff, and also drive the improvement in their institutions. The main barriers, as identified in the literature, focus on workload, time constraints. So these are identified as main challenges that teachers often face when they want to work on action research in their schools. The aim of my research is, as I said, to explore senior and middle leaders, middle school leaders' perceptions of action research as a tool for enhancing teaching practices and school improvement. The research question behind my study is, how do senior and middle leaders perceive the role of action research in enhancing teaching practices and supporting school improvement? And the main significance is that this research study tackles the topic of action research, which is extremely important in education, and also focuses on the role that leaders play in this overall approach. The methodology, the research follows a mixed methods research design, where we have an employment of quantitative and qualitative data. So data were collected through a survey instrument, which included close-ended Likert scale questions and also open-ended questions for the qualitative insights. The participants included a sample of 20 senior and middle leaders working in school leadership roles in education and in the UAE. Their areas of responsibility ranged between subject and departmental leadership, curriculum, phased leadership, assessment, and teaching and learning. Data analysis was done for both the qualitative and the quantitative data. Quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive statistics methods, and qualitative responses were analyzed thematically using content analysis. The findings of the, let's start with the Likert scale, so the quantitative data. The findings of the Likert scale indicate a strong agreement among leaders that action research is a very effective tool, and it enhances teaching practice and student outcomes. There is also a very high consensus on the role of leadership in empowering teachers and in motivating them to work on their action research projects. Action research is also widely viewed as supporting reflective practice, and also it strengthens metacognitive skills. Leaders also acknowledge significant challenges that are related to workload, time constraints, teachers' timetable that might be sometimes hindering the teachers from doing action research. And while viewed as impactful, perceptions of school-wide sustainability showed slightly more variation. As for the results of the open-ended questions, the qualitative data, content analysis was performed on these, on the responses of these questions. And the main themes out of content analysis reveal that action research is strengthens reflective and evidence-based practices in education. So this is a very high theme that had 18 occurrences. Another important highlight or main theme was that it improves teaching and learning, it improves teaching and teachers and students' outcomes, and it empowers teachers because they would be owning their own pedagogical journey. As for the main challenges, also content analysis was performed on those responses. to the open-ended questionnaire, and the main challenges would be time and work constraints and research skills and confidence. Those were the highest two challenges that were highlighted. Other challenges include leadership support, perceived complexity in academic framing, and engagement and resistance. The findings of my study, of this study, are in line actually with the literature review, with the literature around this topic, and there is a strong alignment between the findings and the findings of the literature review. Particularly, there is a strong alignment that action research improves teaching and student outcomes. There is also a strong alignment that action research supports reflective practice and evidence-informed decision-making. There's also an alignment in the importance of leaders and the importance of empowering teachers and the role that leaders play in this respect. And also time and workload were identified as major barriers in the literature and also in the findings of this research. So the main takeaways of this research are that action research is a strong driver of reflective practice. It is a great tool to improve schools and to improve reflective practices and pedagogical practices. The support of leadership is extremely important here because through this support, teachers become more empowered and more motivated to improve. And there is also, we need to acknowledge that there are particular constraints that might be challenging, which are the time tables, the workload, and those things. So we should also take them into consideration as educators. The main implications for practice are that it is very important to embed action research into the existing school structures and to consider it as a main tool for improvement and not as an additional task given to teachers. So this is very important in maintaining the successful implementation of action research in school structures. The main recommendations for future research are that longitudinal studies on the impact of action research on teaching and learning and on the quality of teaching and student outcomes would be very important. Also, it is important to study on to have studies on larger samples where the main focus would be to examine leadership models and how these models affect action research and the implementation of action research. So in the end, as I said, the main takeaway is that action research, I'll go back to my initial question, should be embedded as part of our existing school structures and as a main tool for improvement. It should not be an additional task that we are adding into our systems. I think, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Can you put the back slide on the second last slide?
This one?
This one here. How do you know this action research is strong driver? Because you took sample of only 20.
Yeah, this is
now, Now, suppose let's say they don't believe, and they say yes, it is impacting their teaching and learning. How on what basis they said that, and how do you believe that okay they said is correct, or whatever they are doing, their perception is on real database?
Yeah, so definitely we need larger samples, as I said in the recommendations, but also the literature on the topic also tells us that action research improves pedagogical practices.
I'm talking about like perception you have taken. Like for example, you have taken perception of 3-4 people. Now you have sent a survey to us. Even if I don't believe, or even if I don't have an impact in my school, but I say yes. So how do you validate our data is correct or not, what we have put across in the survey?
So we link it to the literature. So if I link it to the literature, there is an alignment, but definitely we're not saying that this is factual. This is something that we are continuously studying. Okay. I need to go to the evaluation. I think form, if you could take a few seconds to evaluate the session. And then I would also have another form for you if you could also, I'll show it to you after this one. So if you could just scan the QR code, and if you have any questions as well. Yes. Yes. I'll show it to you at the end. What are, so we weren't talking about a particular topic, so it's about action research in general in schools. What do they think about it?
There should be some action and research means the research should have.
So schools would be working on different action research projects depending on the context that they have. So the focus of my study was to check what leaders think about this as an approach, and not a particular topic. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And this is the second QR code. It's an evaluation for me. If you could also take a few seconds to scan it. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you.
We have another session.
Yeah, show it to you. If it's easier for you to take it from the screen, because it's
Okay, Assalamu alaikum and very good evening, everyone. My name is Iman Al-Qala. I am Associate Professor at Emirates College for Advanced Education. My specialization is in Management Policy and Leadership. Okay, today we are going to talk about interesting topic. Now, teaching is a very noble and highly regarded profession in Islam, and even in all religions. So, why we are struggling? What is wrong with us? Why no many students want to join this noble profession? According to research, less than 2% of students wanted to enter the profession. So this is our story today. We are going to dive into the root causes of why people don't want to enter our profession and how to increase attractiveness of the profession. So basically what we are going to do, we are going to discuss the motivating factors for people to join any career, okay? And including teaching, okay? Then we are going to discuss how the lack of these factors in teaching contributing to a severe global shortage in education. Then we are going to discuss some successful models that has been implemented worldwide to improve the attractiveness of teaching. And finally, we will focus on UAE context and provide some policy recommendations for policymakers and educational planners. Okay, so let's start with what are the factors that can actually contribute for any students to select a certain career? So according to research, there are 3 motivators for people to join a career. Intrinsic motivators, so to what extent I have passion for the profession, I see myself in this profession. The second one, altruistic, okay, teachers shape lives. Doctors heal people. So how I can contribute, how I can add value to this life, so I don't enter life and leave it without adding value to the community. Okay, so this is what we call altruistic factors. And finally, and most importantly, extrinsic factor, because we also, as humans, as teachers, we need to live, we need money. So here's the lack of extrinsic factors contribute to the global shortage in education. Based on research, they found that women rely more on intrinsic and altruistic factors in selecting their professions. That is why we will find always more women joining teaching profession, because in selecting their professions, they rely more on the intrinsic and altruistic factors, while men focus on extrinsic factors like salary, that's the social status of the profession, which is normal because men need to carry on the responsibility of direct and indirect family members. So this is normally and expected. It also has something with the personality. They found that agreeable people and emotionally competent people, they rely more on intrinsic and altruistic motivators when selecting a certain profession. Okay, so we will find that most teachers rely here, and because of this absence, then we have a global shortage in teaching. And even in the attendance of the session, you can see that people are not interested in elevating the status of the profession. Okay, so let's look at what international reports tell us about what is the shortage and why there is a shortage. Okay, so here we are going through a vicious cycle of few people entering the profession, increasing workload on the current teacher, so current teacher feel overwhelmed, burned out, so they leave the profession, and the cycle keep going on. طب let's dig deeper. What are the root causes? Why people are not attractive to the profession? Well, research says that the most influential factor is that the workloads. The burnout in teaching is 30% higher than any other profession. Look at us as teachers. We need to increase, we are in a very complex profession. We need to increase our knowledge in our specialization. We need to increase our knowledge in teaching pedagogy. we need to increase our knowledge about social and emotional requirement of students, right? And their developmental stages. So it is very complex profession. That is why it is very highly demanding and emotionally demanding, because we deal with children at different ages, we deal with teachers, we deal with administrators, and we deal with parents. And dealing with parents' expectations, we're also marked as one of the major challenges in our profession. Okay, so few students wanted to enter the profession, so what happened to current workforce? Increasing workload on them, okay? So this workload make the majority of them leave. Actually, 58% of teachers who are required in the market to replace the people who actually leave the profession, okay? Worldwide, there are a shortage of, it is expected that we will need 44 million teachers by 2030. This is a huge number, okay? If we look, the shortage is more in secondary, so we need 31 secondary teachers and 13 million primary teachers by 2030.
The major reason is that there is no recognition.
There is no, we will go through the, yes, salary, lack of autonomy, lack of autonomy and the decision making, ineffective leadership, unsupportive leadership, lack of caring culture for and respect, professional respect for teachers, and no recognition, blaming culture. If anything go wrong, teachers are blamed. If anything go good, the leader is getting the credit. So this is why we are going into this vicious cycle. Okay, why?
And until unless you do a job, sister, you are not going to develop. You are not going to get good.
Exactly. So what is the consequence when we don't have enough teachers? Unfilled jobs, okay? Schools and educational planners try to fill these vacancies with unqualified teachers. Then who suffering? The students suffering discontinuity of high quality instruction in the classroom. Okay. Also high attrition rate, because when people leave, the current teacher take higher workload, then they leave the profession. I am personally a very passionate teacher, but sometimes I think I need to retire. You know, I breathe teaching, I love teaching, but because we have a lot to do in our teaching position, sometimes we think we need a break, right? So this definitely disruption of student learning, the quality of learning students receive, and definitely escalating costs. Research tells us that the cost to recruit new teachers is much more than increasing the salaries for current teachers. So the shortcut for us, instead of going into this cycle, the shortcut for us is just increase salary, because salary has two factors. It increases also the social status of the profession. It's not about the money itself, but the profession gets its prestige and social status from how much you earn.
Existing teacher is not allowed to get increment of 1,000, but they are going on appointing other teachers by giving them more than 3,000, 4,000 extra. What is the use?
Exactly, and you know, the recruiting cycle is time consuming, very costly, and you spend a lot of money training the people you are recruiting. So the recruiting cycle is very costly comparing to increasing the salaries of current teachers. Okay? Let's look at, because this gap is, this shortage is a worldwide problem. Let's look at what initiatives other countries did to intervene or break this cycle. So we will find that some countries went to career pathway, competence-based career pathway, where teachers can grow, because this is one of the factors for shortage, or one of the factors is that students don't want to enter the career, is that there is no career path for teachers. You start as a teacher and you remain your entire life as a teacher. So what they did multi-directional career ladder, where teachers can advance while staying in the classroom. We are working, our college, working now with the Ministry of Education. We are creating competence-based career pathway for teachers, so you can be an expert teacher in your field, you can be a regional expert in your field, and so on. So you have different career paths other than just being a principal or vice principal or middle leader. So we are working, inshallah. Things will improve very quickly in the UAE because we are working now on creating these pathways. Okay, then some countries focused on teacher preparation. Okay, because teacher preparation is very important to the quality of education and to avoid the unqualified teaching forces that we hire when we have many vacancies. So they are trying to create residency model where teachers have 1 year practicum, our residency with a mentor, experienced mentor. In our college, we also implementing this model in our pre-service teachers. With our pre-service teachers, they have 2 mentors, one from the college and 1 experienced teachers in the school. Most importantly, some countries introduced the financial incentives. So Kazakhstan, for example, throughout the recent years, they doubled teachers' salaries. Korea and Luxembourg, the salaries of teachers 20% higher than any other profession.
Luxembourg is the highest paying salary for the teachers in the world.
Who?
Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, yes, and Korea as well. So this is how they increase the status of the profession and make students want to really join this profession. And actually, teachers should earn the highest salaries, not because we have a shortage in teachers, but because their work is very complex and they really deserve high salaries. Okay? Early career support. They found, research tells us that people who leave the profession leave within the first 5 years. So if we gave these newcomers to the profession good comprehensive professional development, they may stay with us. Okay, so for example, UK introduced a 2-year comprehensive and funded professional development for teachers, for new teachers, and finally, some try to elevate the status of the profession, like offering teacher award. Like here in the UAE, we have different teaching awards, like Khalifa Award, Hamdan Award. We have many awards for teachers to give them the impression they are appreciated. And thanks for the leaders of the country. Also, Sheikh Mohammed always speak in the media about the importance of teachers and how teaching is a noble profession. Some did a comprehensive media campaigns like the UK, where they interviewed teachers and teachers spoke about their experience and how teaching is a very fulfilling profession for them. Okay, and they also introduced something very interesting, which is taste teaching. So they invite people to come and try teaching with of course some mentors and some guidance.
In the UK, one more facility is that the teachers, as soon as they get appointed in one of the schools, when they'll be serving, they'll be getting opportunity to go for QTS.
Yes, QTS.
Supporting for them.
We are coming to that. We are coming to the QTS because it's a highly, it has been, we find it in our data that it's highly required. Sorry. Okay, so we are going to discuss now the shortage in the UAE. What we have done, we first investigated the different recruitment that post teachers' jobs. Then we created a software where we found test.com is the most popular site for teachers' recruitment. So we created a software where we track the posts throughout the last 8 months. So we started in July 2025 and we ended in January. Actually, we started, even we have data from February as well. So we ended at February 2026. What we found is that There is severe shortage in secondary education. 45% of jobs were requiring secondary teachers. Most of the data was private, so 80% of the data was private. British curriculum was highly needed. Experience in the British curriculum was highly needed and formed more than 44% of the jobs. Okay. AI and educational technology increased significantly from 25% in July to 89% in January. Okay, so the big time for recruitment was in January 2026 and in November. We'll discuss this in a minute. Top needed job subjects were English, Arabic, and science and mathematics, which is in alignment with international data. Qualification, of course, most of the jobs, more than 97% require bachelor, in addition to UK certification like BGDE and QTS. Leadership roles or leadership positions was very low at 14.6%. Okay, so here are the trends in each month. So if you can see, November and January was the highest month for recruitment. Okay, most of the sample was private schools, 15 was international schools. Okay, this is the most demanding or in demand subjects: English, mathematics, Arabic, and science. Technical skills, the technical skills that was required: curriculum development, assessment, pedagogy, differentiation strategies, and so on. So the strategies or the skills that required for improving instructions in the classroom. AI, the demand for AI increased from 25% to 89%. The soft skills, we found that communication skills, teamwork, empathy, adaptability, creativity, innovation, and leadership are the major skills, the soft skills are required in the jobs. Okay. So here the majority was teachers and very few middle and senior leadership. Okay, so what we can conclude from this, that the market is divided between public and private schools. There are common challenges and common opportunities. So some of the opportunities that we have safe environments. We have excellent infrastructure. The country is a leader in AI and technology. Okay, there is very good student ratio, teacher ratio, unlike other countries. Also, the UNESCO and international report thinks that UAE is doing better than any other country, and by 2030, we, inshallah, are reaching or are filling our teaching gap. Okay, so similar reasons why teachers live in the UAE, the same reasons they live globally, because of the salary, lack of recognition, lack of autonomy, school culture, and so on.
There's no job security also.
No job security, yes, you are right. Okay, so opportunities and the challenges. We have opportunities that we are leader in AI and the technology. We can fill our educational or teaching gap by 2030. There is underdevelopment. We are developing the career path now. However, the challenges remain very major, like salaries. We need to increase salaries. We need to elevate the status of the profession. A high turnover rate, actually in the private sector, turnover rate from 20 to 60. Again, we are going to this cycle where the workload increase and the low quality of teaching. Lack of supportive leadership and heavy workload, and the workload is mostly non-teaching. It's non-teaching workload. Lack of professional respect and autonomy, and lack of participation in the decision making. So what do we recommend to policymakers and educational planners? We recommend that they focus on 4 areas. First, elevating the status of the profession. Okay. Second, invest in teacher preparation, because teacher preparation will give will increase or will help us retain the teachers we attract. It's not about getting people into, it's keeping them in the profession. Support new teacher, again, very important because most leave at a very early stage. Improve working conditions. So let's go deeper into each one of them. So how to professionalize? The first thing is offer attractive and competitive salaries and benefits for teachers. Change the leadership culture. Try to develop leaders who are caring and supportive and use distributed leadership where teachers can be involved in the decision making. Competency-based career pathways, this is under development now, so inshallah very soon we will have it in the market and implemented. Diversifying entry routes, we also do that in our programs. We attract graduates from other colleges and give them teaching diploma and put them in a comprehensive mentoring program with school teachers and the faculty so we can prepare them to enter the profession. Finally, secure time for collaborative learning. This is very important that we have in the schedule time for teachers to come together, to work together, and to improve, to exchange ideas and expertise and knowledge and work together. Like, for example, I think Chile, they reduced contact hours so they can free teachers to focus on more important things. So this is also a recommendation that they can reduce contact hours for teachers so they can spend more time working together and planning for their classes. Finally, and very needed, that we have a comprehensive media campaign where we can really promote the teaching profession. What of some of our recommendations that they interview national leaders speaking about teachers who touches their lives or influence their lives, interview teachers, talented teachers who really appreciate the profession. We can have spotlights of good leaders and what practices they have in the school, how they created a caring and supportive culture within their schools, and so on. The second one is investing in teacher preparation, and investing in teacher preparation that we can offer financial incentives for students, either in the form of tuition waiver or giving stipend. So we do this in our college as well. We, for our pre-service teachers, the ministry gives them like a stipend, and we also don't charge them for tuition. A high-quality practice-based program, very important to help a teacher feel confident in entering the profession. Then provide from 1 to 2 year practicum, so teachers, especially who are entering the career, don't leave it because they find it very challenging for them. Then support new teachers. Again, we wanted to attract these people and to keep them. So we have comprehensive induction programs. We have from 2 to 5 years mentorship programs with experienced and knowledgeable teacher. And then we have ongoing professional learning. And something about professional learning is going wrong in the country because we are following one size fits all. It's not working. All teachers, let's go to this conference. All teachers, let's take an AI training. What if they don't know, they don't need this professional development, okay? So we need to personalize professional learning, make it more targeted, make it more meaningful for teachers. Improving working condition, which is very important, because working conditions was one of the major factors for teachers leaving the profession. So try to create a supportive culture, try to reduce teacher workload. What else we have here? Using technology, and let's speak about AI and how AI can contribute actually to reducing the workload for teachers and the free time for them to focus on improving their instruction and in improving their knowledge and skills. So AI can help them with assessment, with lesson preparation, with automating routine administrative and non-teaching tasks. I was interviewing a leader and a school principal, very interesting. I heard from them, yes, teachers use AI, but you can find this in the lesson plan. when I observe the class, it has nothing to do with the lesson plan. So this is the gap that we are asking teachers to do things, do they comply, but they don't believe in it. So we need to start right by getting buy-in for how important or how AI can reduce their workload, then ask them to prepare the lesson. We started the other way around.
Yeah, the paid version of ChatGPT has a lots and preparation of PPTs and everything.
Yes.
All the workloads.
Yeah. Okay. So finally, recommendation for teachers. We didn't forget teachers. So recommendation for teachers is that the first thing, get certified, especially in the British curriculum, because more than 45% of jobs requiring experience and knowledge of the British curriculum. And develop AI and educational technology skills, develop communication skills, teamwork, the soft skills we spoke about that have been repeated in our data. Watch for the peak time like November and January where the posts for most job appears. Build experience. All the jobs required from 2 to 3 years. So try to build even by volunteering work. I don't know what is happening in this generation, but in my generation, we used to do a lot of volunteer work just to get the experience. Even I started working with my teachers when I was in grade 1, collecting. Yeah, so it's very important that we start building experience through our lives, and we do volunteer in the beginning of our career. We need to do a lot of volunteer work. So after that, we can earn money. This is to get somebody to teach you. This is money, right? Okay, the limitation of the study. The limitation of the study was that we relied only on the job market and the research that has been published and international reports. Well, the next step for us is that we are starting a new empirical study where we are going. In UAE, there hasn't been any study that investigated students' career choices. So we are starting a study to investigate high school student career choices, whether they will consider teaching, and if they are not considering teacher, why, and how we can attract them to consider teaching. Also, we are surveying teachers to know the struggles they are going through, what are the major issues with them, and how we can help them. We are interviewing policymakers and educational planners to also get their perspective. So hopefully, inshallah, next conference, I can share these results with you, inshallah. And this is the key references we used for our study. Okay, thank you very much for being with us. It has been a long day for everyone, so thank you. And I really appreciate that you have been with me today. Thank you very much. Yes?
Actually, when we joined teaching profession, it was due to passion.
Yes.
Now, if you see the recent trend, this teaching is the last option. And
yes.
You know, the new teachers which are coming, not everyone, there are few of them, it's like compelled teaching. I mean, just for the namesake, for the sake of income. So, how do you overcome this type of situation in the market, the teaching market?
Okay.
It's a serious issue which everyone.
Yes. When we improve the status of teaching, then we will be able to attract talented people who have really passion for teaching. Now, who joins teaching? The people who don't have any other choice, right? So you need to attract.
I always say this to my students. In the first lecture, I started with them. I asked them, who is here because he really wants to be a teacher? Only a few people raised their hand.
Personally, all my life, I wanted to be a teacher. But now, because of the workload, as I told you, sometimes I think of retiring. Although all my life, I breathe teaching. But the workload sometimes lead to burnout. We can't blame teachers who are leaving because it has been very comprehensive on them. So we need to improve work conditions, and we need to increase the status and the salary of the profession so we can attract talented and passionate people.
So whatever the point you said, it should be said to the school leaders together and
We don't have any of them here. That's still us why this topic.
So good if this kind of lecture would be delivered for the people who are managing the schools,
Working, as you
especially the
said,
leaders.
working condition. Suppose the newcomer who comes to the school and the old teacher who is performing from 15 or 20 years, they don't try the new teacher to come up. You understand? The situation, the culture of the school, or maybe as you told, the old teachers don't help the new teachers to come up, and they get frustrated and they leave the profession. There are some teachers who left the profession.
Yes, especially in the first year. 10% of teachers leave in the first year. Around 50% leave in the first 5 years. Because they can't manage the workload.
Get the support from the
Yes, that's why we need to provide comprehensive support for newcomers to retain them.
These percentages that you mentioned apply here in the UAE or generally, globally?
Worldwide. But here the attrition rate, based on a recent study in the UAE, the attrition rate is from 20 to 60%.
Okay, and who's teacher? You're talking about all teachers in the UAE, regardless of their nationalities, or
Regardless of their nationalities. Doesn't matter. Because private schools, most of the teaching force are international. Okay, so, but still, they need the job, but still they are leaving because they can't handle the workload.
Not only workload, they are giving very less time.
Very less payment and asking for too much. Yes.
That increment also very less.
Very less and very demanding parents' expectations, very demanding expectations from leadership, up-down decisions.
Nowadays, the rents of our homes also doubled.
Yes.
There is no
Yes.
single increment.
I know. In order, why?
Especially when
Yeah.
they're living with the families,
Why men join army and police? Because they get salary. This is what we are asking for teachers. Give them incentives.
Even though, Dr. Iman, thank you so much for this great presentation, but even though those who getting higher salaries that involved in teaching, they also think of leaving.
Because of the workload and the culture.
How demanding is it?
The culture.
Even if you increase, for sure the incentive will make change. However, even though still it's a very demanding job.
Yes, it is a cycle. It is a connected cycle.
The courses, the cost is too high.
Yes.
Our package is same. They are not getting the same packages.
Apart from
Yes.
the package, the environment in the schools is so hectic and pressurized, which is not only tiring us physically but also mentally.
Emotionally, not only يعني physically, mentally, and emotionally.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending. Thank you. Thank you. Nice meeting you. Thank you.